remember doing too. Says I'm true. No, it doesn't. Okay, now it's on. Yeah, I'm. Why does it still say I'm not doing that? Hold on 1 minute. It's very old. I should not be doing that. Give me a couple seconds here. Oh, that's why. It was made with restring. It wasn't, yeah, regular. So, that's partly why. Black Ops 6. No, 3. Okay, what's up, guys? It is Double S, and today I'm basically relearning how to create custom zombies. Just I'm bored. I wanted to do something, so let's see. You see my mouse? Yay, that's me. That is me, and then my bad. So relearning how to do all of this custom zombie working. This is just the basic map, as everybody knows who does custom zombies or has seen this as well. Just really quick, just do that. That bugs me. When you start out, when you make a brand new net map, it's stuck in the ground like that. The Pack a Bunch. I don't know why that is, but you know they should have custom saved this as the custom preset as the Pack a Bunch being up here instead of like a pixel off, you know. All right, so I know how to do basic stuff, but it's been so long since I've done anything previously, so I might be going through a lot of different videos. And another thing, I might not be able to see you the entire time. Pending, you know, whether I'm watching a video or not. If I'm watching the video, then I'm probably not gonna be able to see you. Like right now, I'm not gonna be able to see you because I'm going to be watching a video of mod tools. You know, extra assets. Actually, you know what? Let me just do this. There, I got that. There. Okay. That's good, I
So
guess.
if we go over, it's something a lot of people have been wondering how I have specific models that they don't have, or a certain texture that they don't have, that I've shown off in the tutorials. So basically, uh, what most people have done is they've downloaded the Black Ops 3 mod tools. What they probably have not done is, so that was a 22, 23, somewhere around there gigabyte download. If you go to the games library and then you go switch this over to tools.
I should have already done this. Already, I did this a couple of weeks ago. Well, I kept doing it like over and over again because I downloaded some stuff, but then most of it didn't work right. So I didn't know exactly if I was doing something right or wrong at the same time. So I uninstalled the mod tools in my Black Ops 3 just so all the files are gone and deleted. I think the ones, some of them would have been undeleted basically, like mods, like my mod tool, my what's that thing called? The GSC, whatever that is. Uh, the ones that give you God mode and all that stuff. That's fun. That's I like to play with that sometimes, especially my condition with my condition. But anywho, I'm just watching some a video on these. I'm just gonna make sure real quick whether or not I have that or not. Give me a second. That, don't want that. I don't want that. Oh, that sucks. Okay. Do that then. Steam. I don't know if this is going to be privatized what I'm doing. So I'm just going to go on my other stream. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I got my dog. Um, I unadded the dog and I had to put it back. I'm sorry about that. Okay, don't worry about that ding that you just heard. That's a part of the mod tools, and that means it's saving over and over again. So it does that by itself. So in case you lose something, you actually go back the extra, what is it, 5 minutes? I think it goes off. So it saved you from doing that. You just, you know, you gotta make sure. You gotta make sure. You gotta make sure. Those are the backups, I think. That's what I believe, anyway. So, okay, so library, mod tools, properties. Did he say properties?
You can find your Black Ops 3 mod tools. The thing is, there's actually a second download to the mod tools that is completely optional, and it's just more textures and more models. The only issue is, it's 50 gigabytes, so you gotta be prepared to download a huge download. So, if you notice here, I have this.
Okay, yeah, I have them.
Down, you can go to the mod tools page.
So he doesn't have to worry about those.
Come up here and to wherever you have your mod tools or whatever. You're basically going to want to right click on it, and if you download the content, it'll take you to your properties and you can look at the DLC section. So as you can see right here, I have it installed already, but a lot of you are going to have this unchecked unless you've already done this. Basically what's going to happen as soon as you click check, it's rather going to pop up down here in your downloads, or you might have to quit out of Steam, so you might have to Control-Delete end the process of Steam and then open it up again, and then...
Okay, basically, I'm gonna be like, I'm most likely gonna be deleting this video, or at least editing the video. I think you can edit now on YouTube, this part out. So I'm just stating that because this video, the first few videos, I'm playing the whole thing, and it could be copyrighted. If not, that's fine. Like I said, if you're gonna support anybody, support this Jaybird 632. I'm sorry if I say your name all jumbly like that. If you happen to watch at some point, but yeah, support him. Like his videos and subscribe to him. You know, do all that stuff. And I guess let's continue the video, even though I basically already watched it.
It should start downloading. So that's just a really quick video, guys. Just wanted to tell you how to get those assets downloaded.
Oh.
50 gigs, so keep in mind that's a lot of memory that's being used up for models and textures only. So it's up to you if you want to download it, but it's a lot more models and textures that you can use for your maps. Alright guys, that's gonna be it for you.
Okay, I'm also doing watching or following his guide for, it's actually deleted, his username, I guess. I don't know, but I still have the mod menu stuff. So yeah, I'm following his tutorial because, like I said, I've done this before, but I need a refresher, and this was the one I normally went to. So that's where we're at. So Sublime and Notepad++. I have Sublime, I believe. Let me make sure. Yep, Sublime text. So I at least have that. Okay, I have GIMP. I've had that before I even bothered with these, because I had to make those thumbnails, and some of them do require me to go GIMP and edit some of the thumbnails I have. They also say Photoshop and Microsoft package. Oh, but yeah, but GIMP, I still have that, and that's what I'm used to. So. Well, somewhat used to. See, there's that Windows sound again. Hold on one second. Okay, I'm sorry about that. And move my chair, I was slouching. Okay, so go back to this, I guess. Let's see. Tutorial 1.
Hey guys, this is Jaybird from EGX Mods, and we are going to be starting a new tutorial series today based on the Black Ops 3 mod tools. Currently it's still in alpha, but this is going to be useful for anyone who gets into beta later on this year. So today I'm going to be starting off with the basics of Launcher, which is the very first thing you're going to get when you download the mod tools. So when you open up the mod tools, what you will see is Launcher. So today we're going to be going over 3 things. The first thing,
Or before that, I need his playlist. So let me go to his playlist.
hey guys, this is Jaber from EGX Mods, and we are going to be starting a new tutorial series today in World at War. So it's going to be the differences between the Black Ops 3 version, which is the very first thing you're going to get when you download the mod tools. So when you open up the mod tools, what you will see is the launcher. So today we're going to be going over 3 things. The first thing is going to be the UI comparison compared to the launcher that we had in World at War. So it's going to be the differences between the Black Ops 3 version and the World at War version. So it's going to be going over that. And then the second thing we're going to be doing is showing you the things that you have to do to compile your mod or map, and what you would have to have selected in order to have your map compile or your mod compile so that you can run it in game. The last thing we're going to be going over is how to actually set up such a mod or map, and how to have it set up for multiplayer or how to have it set up for zombies. So we'll go through all of that in this tutorial. So just in comparison here, I have on the left a launcher. This is Dukip's version of launcher for World at War. So what you had before was you'd have your fast file area, your mod builder for your IWD, and then your run game section, as well as some buttons off to the side to launch some things such as Radiant Effects Editor, Asset Manager, Asset Viewer, and his weapon editor. There were some other things like we had the console down here, which is still the same, as well as a clear console. There's a lot of things that we don't have from the original launcher of World at War, but there's still a lot of things that we do. It's also more streamlined. So when we think about compiling the fast files and building the IWDs, you would think of, okay, I gotta do this step, I gotta compile, and then afterwards you can build your IWD. Now it's actually a lot easier. If you wanted to have, say, my museum map, if I wanted to just edit some scripts, what I would do is I would select the map. So make sure you have the one that you want to build selected. If I was doing the map, I would want to compile the map. And if I just wanted to do the entities, I could just do that. But like, say I just changed a just a node or something, if I wanted to change that, I could do that just by doing entities. But if I was going to do a full compile, I will change it to full. This would do the lighting, and you can change the quality of the lighting. So low is obviously going to be really fast, but it's really low quality. I usually set medium. On a release build, you could probably switch it up to high, and that's obviously going to take a lot longer, but then you get the end effect looking a lot better. So that's just for the map side of reasons too. If you're doing anything asset or script related, say I was adding a gun and I changed something in the zone file, or I added a script, then I would just link. I don't need to compile into lights, so I just have to link. And when you're ready to do either building the map or doing some scripts, you can just select the build. So if I were to have my map selected and link, and then I hit build, it'll go through and compile the scripts into my map. And then when it's done, you can do run. And this will act as a little console, so I can really quickly do something like, I don't know if SV Cheat still works, but we technically still have dev map. So when we start up our maps, you can still do dev map, and then your map name, and then that would launch the map as soon as I hit build. Actually, technically, zombie maps launch without having to do that. Multiplayer maps will load in as well if you do dev map. But, so basically, zombie maps, you can leave this blank. You can add a few things there if you want, change your FOV and whatnot, but for a multiplayer map, you would actually have to do dev map and then np test, say I was doing this one, then this would launch np test. But if I were to do a zombie map, I wouldn't need to do that. So obviously ignore errors. If you had any errors in your compiling, this is going to ignore those and it'll skip past it. So pretty simple, pretty self-explanatory for all this stuff here.
I will be saying this. When you see me like expand and compress, whatever you call them, I can't say the name, so sorry. But when you see me do that, it's hard for me to see some things on my screen, so I have to go in and out. I'm trying to make it as good as I can, so I can really see. I know it's different for you, but for me, it's mandatory for myself. So.
File multiple at the same time, although what it's going to do is it's going to do the first one, and then when it's done, it's going to do the second one. So, not really like it's doing it at the same time, but if you change, say, your map file, and you had a mod, and you wanted to compile both at the same time, yeah, you can do that. So, that covers everything in this area. At the top here, if we wanted to create a new map, we have new, which is also here. And we have asset editor, which is our new, it's called APE, but it's basically our new asset manager. And then level editor, which is the exact same as Radiant, which is our new Radiant Black. So you can also publish and build. So build's the same as this, and publish would be sending your mod or map to the Steam Workshop so that others can play. Stuff like that. So if I were to create a map, I'm given a new window here, and so
Just so you know, I've already created my own map. It's what you're seeing right in the background here, called ZM_home. That was the only thing that came to mind first. So it might be different for you guys, of course. Even if you are following his tutorial, if you don't already know how to do this, yeah, you can follow me if you want, but it's fine if you don't. But mine's just basic ZM_home. That's for me kind of understanding what he's doing while I'm doing this. So yeah.
well, I'm given the options of doing an MP mod level, a mod, or a zombie mod level. So mods can apply to any of the basic game types. So you can do it to a multiplayer mod and do like maybe game modes or kill streaks or something like that. Or you could do a multiplayer map, which would just be the map itself, or you could do a zombie map, and that would be the map itself. Obviously, under mod level, for both of those, you can do your scripting and whatnot as well. Mod would just be scripting, so you would do it over an existing map. So if I wanted to create a multiplayer map, I would do mod MP mod level, or if I wanted to do a zombie map, I would do ZM mod level. So if I were to create a new zombie map,
I will say this: the box that's here, where that will be a box, basically, does not exist in any form of custom zombie beginning. So not only was it like a quarter into the ground, not only that, there is no gun box. There's only the gun that's on the wall here. So I need to learn how to add that in right away. Because there's no guns except for a KRM and a pistol. What's the pistol called? I forget. MK5? No, MR6.
to avoid errors, you will notice that a lot of the maps here are prefixed with what it is. So if I'm doing a zombie map, I can use ZM underscore and then whatever you want to call your map name. And if I'm doing a multiplayer map, it's the same idea. I would do MP underscore and then your map name. So it's pretty self-explanatory, it's pretty easy. Just something you got to keep in mind when you create a new map file. Don't just name it without putting the prefix there. So in our case, let's do ZM test. So it's going to go through, it's going to create all the files.
Mine is ZM home.
Everything's good. Create a map file, create the client script, the GSC, which is the server script. This is one of the sound files, a loading image, which you can probably edit later, and then it's going to do your zone file. So now when we go here, you can see our test is now in our maps. Obviously, we haven't created a map file yet, so it's just giving us a blank map, you know, the default map that you typically see in people's YouTube videos. So when we come up to the map here, we can do a couple things. With it highlighted, you can click Gradient, Level Editor, or from up here, and that will open Gradient with this map. There's also a couple things you can do by right-clicking. You can edit the zone file. By doing that, that will open up in a text editor, whatever your default one is. It will open up your zone file. So this is where you would add, say, a weapon. We'll go over that later. Or effects, or images and whatnot. So we'll go through that stuff later. You can show the zone folder, so that will take me directly to where that zone file was. So that took me to my root folder, user maps, the map name, and then zone source. So there's other files in here, script sounds, and the zone. And then the last thing is you can open Gradient, which is the exact same as the level editor button. So that covers everything that the launcher can do. Obviously, when you start building bigger and larger detailed maps, your compiles are going to take a lot longer. So depending on your rig for your computer, I'm running an i7 3770K with 12 gigs RAM and a GTX 970. When I compiled the Giant, because we have access to the Giant here, I did a test compile with it, compiling the map, the lights, and the scripts, and I hit build. It took me, and I recorded this, 52 minutes. So obviously when you start getting bigger and larger maps, this is going to take quite a long time. My computer is not based.
Well, then that means that I'm up at shit creek. You know, I know I'm probably not gonna make a map, but yeah, that's ridiculous. That it's for the giant size map, that's gonna take what he said 52 for his computer. But mine is probably not the best one. I mean, it's good. It's okay, but besides that, it's probably gonna take like 5 hours to compile. So, that's what it is, though.
Cheap computer. This is a pretty decent computer. It's not high end, but it's definitely a lot better than most people's. So when I
So scratch wise there before, since I would probably have like at least the same as him. By the way he's saying that, well then it might take the 40 minutes that it's for him, for me.
think of like the community coming into the modding scene, I worry that they don't have a good enough computer to be able to run this stuff, but you know, for modding purposes, you can always turn down the settings, and then when you finally get up to your last one, you can set it up to high. So if you're doing testing, and your computer's running low, maybe for the lighting scene, I might turn it down low, and then Radiant, I might not go into the actual game review. I would stick to the normal full bright Radiant. So that's just some tips. We'll go over that stuff when we go over the Radiant tutorial later. Thank you all for watching. This is just the start of many tutorials. Hey guys, this is Jaber from EJX Mods, and we're going to be continuing the tutorial series on Black Ops 3 modules. So today, we're going to be going into Radiant and actually working on our map. So the first thing that we're actually going to be covering in this tutorial is we're just going to be looking at the UI in Windows in Black Ops 3 Radiant. So that's Radiant Black's new setup that they have and how it can be customized. The second thing we're actually going to be going over is setting up our lights and compiling them so that when we want to see what the map would look like in-game, we can actually just set the lighting up so that it just shows us an in-game view, and we can look at what the map might look like in-game. And then third thing that we're going to be going over is how to add some basic entities into the map, such as brushes, models, and prefabs. So these will be useful for making your map and actually making it detailed so it actually looks like a physical map. We'll go over some more advanced stuff like patches and whatnot later. The last thing I'm going to want to cover is just a couple of tips, actually just one particular tip for making Radiant a bit easier to use for those of you who are used to World at War's Radiant.
I kind of know a little bit of Wars. I did try some mod tools when I was a kid. That was so long ago, I might not know too much about it, but we'll see what he has.
Alright guys, let's get started. Alright guys, so this is what's you're gonna be able to see as soon as you load up Radiant with your test map, or your map in general.
Just so you know, mine, I edited some stuff. Like on my second screen, I have the X-axis stuff. So, yeah. So it's on my second screen. So, not everything's the same as his. Is what I'm gonna say.
Is what you're going to be given is this default map. So we've got some basic brushes and whatnot here. Yeah, so we'll go over that in a few seconds. But just to start off, we got a couple of windows here that are default. So we got the XY top, which is just your top view. So this is like a 2D grid, and this is like a top-down view of what you see in the camera view. So it's pretty self-explanatory of how this works, but basically I have brushes and whatnot here, and I can see there's this brush, there's the box there, the window with its little room here is this here, so it should be pretty easy to interpret. So we'll start off with the top-down window here. So I can scroll in and out to zoom, I can right-click and drag to move the camera, and then I will also have multiple views. So I have the top view, I can control tab, and now I'm on a side view, XZ front, control tab again, YZ side, so it's another side view, and then I'm back to the top view if I do it one more time. So that's pretty useful if I'm like, oh, I need to see how tall this is, or I want it a certain height. I can go to the side, it's like, oh, it's 256 units. I can change that and kind of scale it by left clicking and whatnot. So that's a pretty useful tool. Well, it's something that we've had in World of War already. It's pretty useful to have in this as well. So moving on, we have the camera view here, and actually it's probably when you first load up it's going to look like this. You won't have as many things at the top. So what we're going to see is a very similar movement system, in fact exact same movement system to World of War. Right click to just kind of move around. I'm just holding right click and moving my mouse. If I hold control, I can move only vertically and horizontally. I can't move in and out of the screen. If I hold control and shift and right click, I can rotate the camera. So this is basically how you go around and move and look around and select things and whatnot. So speaking
It's trippy.
I'm going to say select this wall in the top view or in the camera view. I can hold shift and left click. So that will select, you can see the wall selected there and selected here as well. If I were to do that in the top view, what's going to end up happening is I'm actually going to end up selecting this sky box, the top here. So if I tried to select that wall, I'll notice the top got selected. So it's always whatever closest to the view. So if I actually hit H right now to hide that and try that again, it'll select the wall because there's nothing in between. So I can then hit Shift H to bring back all things that were hidden. So select something, I hit escape. Another tip for selecting things is if I hold Control and Shift and then left click, it won't select the whole brush, it'll only select one face. So that's pretty useful if I want to say apply texture by double clicking on the texture here to that one face. And then if I wanted to select like say I had a texture in the map and I wanted to apply it to something, say I had this whole brush selected and I wanted it to be this default grid here, I can middle mouse that and it will select that texture for there. So that's a pretty basic Pretty basic. It's also the exact same way it was done on the Elgato. A lot of the actual key bindings are exactly the same. So moving on, we have the textures window here, which is exactly the same as Word before, except now we have the, kind of the search functionality built into the window here, so having it at the top. So we can go through all textures. So this is all textures loaded into Radiant, or we can do the ones that are all in use, the ones that specifically use it. So you can see there's not many textures here because that's all the ways that this map has loaded. By default, there are a lot of textures. You'll see they take a bit to load sometimes. Down to
Sorry, slouching again in my chair.
so you'll hear that a lot. And you can actually go in the settings and change how often the autosave happens. So we also have filters here. So you could type in, say I wanted a wood texture, I could type in wood, and I'll come up with anything that has wood in the name of the texture, or whatever you want to look for. Another thing you can do is go through some of the filters here. If it's a door, it'll come up with some door textures, although those don't look like doors to me. Flooring. There's also like a whole bunch here. You switch it back to all, it'll show all the textures. Some more map-specific ones. This is pretty useful. Surface type. You know how I typed in wood? There's actually a wood one here, so the materials are going to be set to actual materials. So maybe it doesn't say wood and then.
Well, it's not. It didn't show anything for me when I typed wood. Okay. Oh, why is it there? What? It's weird. So let's see. Oh, wait, don't want that. I want just want this. Okay. And then do that. Yeah. Yeah, that looks semi-normal. Semi-normal, all of these from the inside. So that's it. Yay, now all of them are semi-normal. I guess that's the word I'm going to say from now on.
Material name, but it is a wood texture, it'll come up in here because now I said wood. So it's got all the different materials, surface types there. We got material type 2 as well. Not really going to be as useful as the surface types one, but if you're looking for something that was emissive, that was emitting light, I could probably be making an emissive decal. Only seems to be 1. So this would actually be producing light in the. Okay, so that kind of covers the 3 basic windows that we usually have in the start of Relearning. I can also bring up more additional windows by pressing a lot of the key buttons that were set up the same way in World War. And bring up your entity window. I can close that by clicking N again. I can click M to bring up the models window. B will bring up the entity browser. S will bring up the surface inspector. So a lot of these I'm going to be going over in later tutorials, but for now, we have just kind of going through what they do, not the terrain, advanced terrain editing. G will bring up the vertex color editing and whatnot. So a lot of the initial keybind.
Why I can't go back.
Actually be producing light in the game. Okay, so that kind of covers the three basic windows that you usually have in the start of Radiant. I can also bring up more additional windows by pressing a lot of the key buttons that were set up the same way in World at War. N, bring up your entity window. I can close that by clicking N again. I can click M to bring up the models window. B will bring up the entity browser. S will bring up the surface inspector. So a lot of these I'm going to be going over in later tutorials, but for now, we have just kind of going through what they do and whatnot. The terrain, advanced terrain editing, G.
You didn't say what button would go for that one. Did he?
S will bring up the surface inspector. So a lot of these I'm going to be going over in later tutorials, but for now, we have just kind of going through what they do and whatnot. The terrain, advanced terrain editing. G will bring up the vertex color editing and whatnot. So a
It
lot.
does not. So I'm going to guess.
A lot of these I'm going to be going over in later tutorials, but for now, we have just kind of going through what they do and whatnot. The terrain, advanced terrain editing.
Okay, I guess I'll just go with the whatever the basic ones are. So, whatever. Just go with it as he goes on with the series.
She will bring up the vertex color editing and whatnot. So a lot of the initial like keybinds are still the same. If you don't have any of those memorized or don't want to keep referencing back to this video, what you can do is that you can right click at the top here, and this will list off all the windows that you can add in. So this is also very useful, say you accidentally got rid of your camera view. I can go up here and right click and
Right, really? Huh. That that helps. Okay. Just remember right click.
and go to camera, and I got my camera view back. So that will list all the different windows that you have if you're missing one. So it's pretty useful. You can also drag around the windows. You can see where they're going to snap to. So I'm holding the textures one right now. If I wanted it beside the camera view, I can stick it over here, and then now I got 3 parallel windows. I can stick it back to underneath the camera view by doing it to the bottom of the camera window. So now it's at the bottom here. I can also layer them so that multiple windows are over the same thing. So I can take the textures window and stick it right directly over top the camera one, and now I got 2 separate tabs here. But to me, the traditional Radiant for mobile world is set up like this, with the left being your XY top, your camera, and your textures. So this is the way I like having mine set up. You can always customize it the way you like. I usually try to keep everything kind of relatively the same, and when I bring up like an extra window, I'll keep it over here, and I typically
I do the same thing, except I'm different because I have him in that like how he has like the one being the XY, then he has the camera, and then he has the textures and all that stuff in there. For me, I have that. I have my camera on my second screen, and then here I have the camera, and then this will be like everything else. So basically the same thing, but not really.
try to layer them, and that's why when I bring them up, they're all layered over here, and I can just keep them off to the side and close them if I need to. Okay, so that covers the UI of, or at least the basic UI of Radiant. So the next thing that we're going to be going on to is just the lighting. Okay, so very first thing is we're going to want to get some extra tools up here on the camera. So we're going to go to View, we're going to hit View Toolbar and click on Exposure. This is going to bring up a little lightning bolt tool here, which is going to help us compile the lights. Right now, it's grayed out, so what we can do is, I am currently in what's called full bright mode. So right now, there's no lighting. Bright kind of looks like dull and whatnot. To switch over to lighting mode, and keep in mind this might bog down your computer if your computer doesn't have good enough specs. You want to click, so F7 is going to be full bright mode, which is the mode we're currently in. F8 will go into lighting mode, and F9 will go into game view mode. Although you can go in game view mode while being in full bright mode, but it's recommended that you switch over to the actual lighting mode. So I'm going to get out of game mode, but just stay in lighting mode. And then what we're going to do, and keep in mind this might bog down your computer if your computer doesn't have good enough specs. You want to click, so F7 is going to be full bright mode, which is the mode we're currently in. F8, it's grayed out, so a little lightning bolt tool here, which is going to kind of relatively the same. And when I bring up like an extra window, I'll keep it over here, and I typically try to layer them. And that's why when I bring them up, they're all layered over here, and I can just keep them off to the side and close them if I need to. Okay, so that covers the UI of, or at least the basic UI of Radiant. So the next thing that we're going to be going on to is just the lighting. Okay, so very first thing is we're going to want to get some extra tools up here on the camera. So we're going to go to View, we're going to hit View Toolbar and click on Exposure. This is going to bring up a little lightning bolt tool here, which is going to help us compile the lights. Right now, it's grayed out, so what we can do is, I am currently in what's called full bright mode. So right now, there's no lighting. Bright kind of looks like dull and whatnot. To switch over to lighting mode, and keep in mind this might bog down your computer if your computer doesn't have good enough specs. You want to click, So F7 is going to be full bright mode, which is the mode we're currently in. F8 will go into lighting mode, and F9 will go into game view mode. Although we can go in game view mode while being in full bright mode, but it's recommended that you switch over to actual lighting mode. So I'm going to get out of game mode, but just stay in lighting mode. And then what we're going to do is you'll notice the shadows are kind of messed up here. So we're going to do the bake. So that the lightning bolt, now that we're in lighting mode, is now yellow. So we'll click on that, and you'll notice it's processing everything right now. When it's done, it'll show green. So if your map is a lot larger, it's going to have more lights to bounce and shadows to build and bake. So it's going to take longer. But since this is a quick test map, it goes by pretty fast. So now you can see the textures, or the lighting's a lot better, the shadows are better, although this being low quality baking, you can still see the shadows are still a little messed up, but it's okay. So that kind of covers the lighting for now. We will go into a more advanced lighting system later, but for now,
Am I in game mode? I don't know what I'm in. Doesn't say game mode anywhere. Okay, so I'm guessing that I'm in like as if I'm in the actual game. So I think this is game mode. It just doesn't say. Oh, game dude, right here. All right. So let me put that over here, I guess.
you can set it up. Once you've done the one bake, it'll save it into your map, and you can switch between it, and you'll have good lighting. Anytime you do a lot of
the shadows don't look that good. Just saying, I mean, it doesn't bother me, but you know, the rails, you don't know how they are, so I mean, but I trust you. I trust all of you. I'm trying to find a good place for this because it's hard sometimes for me. Alright. Let's just go with that. So
new changes,
continue.
lighting and whatnot, and bake. Okay, so the third thing that we're going to cover, like we mentioned, is going to be adding entities. So we're going to start off by basic brushes. So this is going to be like, say, I wanted to make a building. You're going to have grids at the top, and you can select them from up here, but you'll notice they're also bound to key numbers by default. You can basically click 1 through whatever number, and then that will set up your whatever grid size you're on. So if I start clicking the different numbers, you'll see the grids changing. I like sticking with 4 for walls. It's kind of like, actually, yeah, 4 or 3 for grid size. Kind of up to you, but I'm gonna stick for 4 for now.
You don't see this, but I'm doing the same thing on my screen.
We'll make sure.
Or do you see it? I don't know if I have to turn it on or not. No, I didn't show it, so. That's fun.
Lined up here, and select back to my wall. Remember, escape to deselect stuff. So I'm my wall selected. Re-break it back down.
Oh, this guy's making walls on me. So I guess I'm gonna make a wall. Yeah, made a wall. Woo. How big did I make that? Ooh, chunky. It's not a wall, it's a level. Yeah, I know how to do some things. Like I still remember how to rotate items. So. Let's see. Oh, I have to make a gun wall, so. It's basically a wall for like all the guns, is it? Your face in the gutter. You're strong from the savage around me. Okay, I have it that size. I don't need that size. Alright, I really don't need it that length, but you know, that's what I'm going to stick with for now. Yeah, it looks nice. Yeah, it looks like a little nice wall. Is that completely, yep, it's completely darkened, whatever. Might actually. Sorry. So it's not in the way of everything. No, it's not in the way. Okay. Yeah, that's my first stripped or wall. Let's go with that one. Because like I said, I'm going to be adding like all, well, not all the guns, but most of the guns that I like into my custom maps. I have something really with. I would make them all free, but I don't know that. I don't know if he's gonna like go over on how to do that. So
standard wall size is typically about 128, so I'm going to bring it to a different grid size, bring it to 128. I'm going to copy and paste. And
128. There you go. Yeah, you're center wall size. So. Yeah, that looks nice. That looks nice. It's a wall, but yeah, it's something. All right, let's watch a video.
I'm going to drag my wall off. I'd like to have it even 8 by 8, and then continue on to down here. We have another wall. So there we go. We got 2 walls going on here.
Oh, he's making a building. I thought he was just making a wall. I didn't know this. Okay, Okay, so let me, real quick. He didn't say a wall size. Weird to me, like, it's typical for you, but for me it's weird. Or it's just, it's not big. I mean, it's a bit, it's big enough screen, but like these numbers that you see right here. Wait, can you see that? Like, they're very, very small. Let me see. Okay, you don't see it. Oh wait, you do see it. Okay, just make sure you are seeing it. Okay. So those numbers you can see right here, and right here. They're so small to me. I have to like go to my other screen in order to see them. Basically, they're like so small to me because my vision's not that great. But yeah, I mean I can see them for the most part, but then my brain has to take guess on some of these. What am I saying? Words and stuff. So let me see. So if we're making another wall, what I'm going to do is I'm going to Yeah. That's how I'm gonna do it. Then look it up. There we go. Okay, let me make something over here too. Okay. I got a little room. Little, like a no entry room, so I'm gonna make an entrance if he's telling me to. So let me see.
I can make a ceiling if I wanted to. Just kind of drag this over here. And then it's about the same thickness. We'll drag it up. Voila, we got a ceiling relatively. So we can throw in some textures.
Okay, he mentioned a ceiling, so I'm going to copy that. Okay, there's my room. Now I just have to make a doorway. Actually, I could just kind of do this actually. There. That's why I attempted doing a doorway. But still. Let me see, what else could I do? I could do this. And make that the wooden texture. Let's make sure just copy all those. And make them all the same. Okay, that's my basic room done. That's gonna be the gun room that I make. If I make one, that is. So yeah, pretty small, but you know, or big, I should say. But small, up and down. But yeah, that worked pretty good. Okay, now I have a feeling he's gonna tell me, oh, you gotta do this.
The wall, something real quick. Doesn't need to be anything fancy. It's just a tutorial. You pick up these textures later. So we got a wall. We got a ceiling. And then in here, like. Okay, so we'll go into more advanced stuff like this later. This is just kind of showing you how to add this stuff in. So now that is brushes. We'll go into actually cutting in the tutorial, a bit more advanced. For now, we'll start in adding our models in. So you can either click M to bring up models, or like I said before, you can bring it from here and go to models and bring it in. So this is just like textures. It's set up to show they're all in use. So these are all the ones that are being used by the map. I'm gonna go all. Let's do a chair. So I can just drag in a chair. Let's go with this one here. So you can see I have the model here. It snaps to wherever you drag it in.
Okay, I don't Don't say this is the exact chair. Oh, no, I do. But I'm going to do something different. That way you can't say that I'm copying him completely. So, wooden chair for a wood room. Oh, there it is. Hey, there it is. You know, maybe I'll make that as a the wooden knees or the Easter egg or some shit like that. Who knows? There we go. Nice little chair and a wood room. Wooden chair, a wooden room. That's an Easter. That's a song right there.
I can then select the model. I can click N to bring up into the window, and you can see like before in the home of your ring we have a model scale, so you can change this to about 2, or change the size of it, or I could change it.
What was he in? Info. Okay, there it goes. Okay, let me see. Ooh, okay. Model scale. Let's change it to 5. Just want to see how big it was. Let's go with 1.5. That's a pretty big chair, I don't think. That's the chair for the baby from probably not. It's a baby chair. Let's go with that one. It's a baby chair for the babies. Yes. I don't know. Let's make that bigger size anyway. For some reason, I think the thing chair. No, it is. I thought it was like in the floor. No, it's not. Okay. Okay, that's good.
10 to 5, I'll make it smaller, and whatnot. So that is adding models, model scales, and whatnot. You can then do prefabs as well, so those windows, right click at the top here, and I can bring down the prefab browser. So in
Prefab. No, what? I don't know what is wrong with my... Where's the prefab browser? Is it... No, it's over there. Oh, it's over there. Okay. Okay. There we go.
prefab browser, it's going to be basically looking up map files in your underscore prefab folder. So there's going to be a bunch of ones that are already preset. So, for instance, this KRN wall by, if I go into game mode, you can see it's the KRN in the wall. is prefab. It's a map file containing literally just this. Just a little brush there, the chalk texture, construct. So, say I wanted to add another wall up here. I'm going to go down to ZM. I'm going to go to ZM Core, and we'll see spawnable weapons. So there's a lot of stuff here. So I can pick pistol first, which is going to be our
It's over there. Okay, anyway, I think that's the dingo. Yes, they are, so it's, can? Oh, it's not responding. It didn't like that command. Let's, give it a couple seconds. Okay, there we go. Okay, what weapon was it? Looks like it's the HVK. It looks like, I don't even know, I can't really tell. Yeah, I think that's the HVK. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely the HVK. Alright. So, let's, is it on the wall, or is it, yep, it's on the wall. Okay. Oh, it's not on the wall. It's against the wall, so there we go. That now it's on the wall, but it's up high, I think. There we go. Let's see. Yep, HVK, forgot that. Yeah, but that's not the... It doesn't have the outline, I don't think.
okay, 5. I believe that is backwards, so I'll click R to go to the rotate mode, and select 4 for the grid, and I'm going to just turn that around so it's completely turned 180 degrees. I'll stick it over the wall. You notice I'm going a bit quick here, but
Yeah, he said it was backwards, so let's see what happens if I turn it the other way. No. I mean, it was backwards, I will say that, but it doesn't have chalk outline. Okay, let's just see if he goes further in the video.
But I have a lot to cover in this tutorial because there's a lot to do.
No, he has a
It's all very basic.
chalk outline. See what happens if I try another one here. This should be the can. So here's the part where I have to wait 15 minutes for it to say, hey, look, we found the file. Oh, nope, it's right there. And it has the chalk outline. Why doesn't the KN, or not the KN, the ACK have a chalk outline? Oh, excuse me. Because I kind of think they're both backwards. I think I remember them saying one time that you want them to be slightly off the wall. So this is that might be the case because this is not showing something. Okay, let me center these as best as I can. I guess that's centered. I can't really tell, but I mean, it's there. It's just what counts. So I don't know. I guess that's the start of my gun wall. So I got that. So I continue with the tutorial here.
I'll go a bit more in depth and go into more advanced stuff. So as you can see here, I have the RK5 on the wall. It treats like a model. I don't believe you can model scale. In fact, I'm pretty sure you can't model scale prefabs. So we just have the prefab here on the wall. Now when you compile in the game, you'll be able to buy the RK5 off the wall. So that kind of covers prefabs. You can look through these, you can see there's more there. You can make your own prefabs, we'll go into that later. But for now, that's how to add models, that's how to add brushes, and that's how to add prefabs. Alright, so the very last thing I'm going to cover is going to be a quick little tip. So, if you guys have been familiar with the World of War rating, or even COD 4 rating,
Somewhat.
you can't right click and go misc prefab or misc model or not. Like, these don't exist for you. This was something that was kind of neat that I liked having. If you press B to bring up the entity browser, you'll notice that there's all these things like misc model and whatnot. If I wanted to have this on my right click, so it's a bit easier and quicker for you guys, you see how I have misc here. If I came up to misc and I did toggle favorite, it'll actually add it in there. Since I already had it in there, it's going to get rid of it. So if I do it one more time, I'll see misc is in here, so I can use misc model, misc prefab, prop, and volume decal, just like it is in here. If you want to do something more specific, like I have a light actually here, I'll see misc is in here, so I can use misc model, misc prefab, prop, and volume.
Okay, let me add all this stuff that he has. Okay, let's add them in his order. So, I'll do that. Okay. Info, script. Trigger. Misc. And light. Said light. Help me understand. I don't see light anywhere. Says it.
Decal, just like it is in here. If you want to do something more specific, like I have a light actually here. That wasn't something that World at War had, but I just threw it in there because it makes it quicker. If you go to unsorted, you'll notice there's a light here. Usually you just drag it on and use the light, but what I do is I right click, toggle favorite. I've already done that. It's in my right click favorite section, so I can right click and add a light over here. So that's just a quick little tip on how to kind of customize it and make it seem a bit closer to World at War rating. Alright, thanks for watching guys. That covers everything in this tutorial.
Okay, he's not gonna tell us how to save because I just created a room with 2 guns and a chair. I did all that. You know, he's not gonna tell us how you do that or how to save it. So I'm just gonna run into just go ahead and start the game. You know, I know you're not supposed to. So, all right, let's go to the next one.
Hey guys, this is Jaybird from UGX Mods, and today we're going to be doing another tutorial on prefabs. So, first thing we're going to be doing with them is I'm actually just going to give an explanation of how to use them and what they are. The second thing I'm going to be going over with them is just the saving process, so how you would save a prefab and be able to use it. And the third thing I'm going to be going over is editing existing
Great
prefabs.
entertainment. Wait, Twitch? I shouldn't be connected to Twitch. What? Oopsies. Oh, it says I'm connected to Twitch. Oh, hi Twitch. I thought I was just doing YouTube today. Okay, hi. How are you, Troy? Great entertainment. Oh, well, nice. Nice to have a subscriber or follower on Twitch. So, that's nice. Thank you very much. I'm just trying to figure it out, you know. That's all I'm doing. But glad that you're happy.
Alright guys, let's get started. Alright guys, so we're back in the map here, and what we're going to do is, first of all, I'm going to explain what a prefab is. So a prefab is actually a map file. So it's a .map file, just like your actual test map here or your own map. But like we did our RK5, this is actually its own map file. So there was an empty map file that's literally just got this brush, the struct, and the chalk of the actual RK5. The scripting side of this stuff is actually just because of the KVPs, which we'll go over in a later tutorial on how to do some scripting entities and whatnot. But yeah, so there are many different types of prefabs you can do because it's literally just a map file. So it's like having a map file in another map file, and there's some prefab settings here as well. But basically, it allows you to create, say, for instance, you created a building, and you wanted to have that building so it was one object, and you didn't want to have to move all the brushes and all the models that were in that building. You create a prefab of that, and now it's one entity. You can still edit it because it's still its own map file, so it still allows you to create and edit the actual parts of the building, but it allows you to also be able to move it at the same time. So you see, if I wanted this whole section here that we created last time to be its own prefab, well, first of all, if I wanted to move it, I'd have to select everything here. If I just tried to move one of the objects or two of the objects, it's just going to be like the ones that I have selected. So if I wanted to move them all, I'd have to select them all. So let's create this into a prefab. So we're going to start off by saving prefabs. So when you have everything that you want to be in prefabs.
Okay, I think I know exactly what he's talking about and how to do it. So let me just select everything before I actually do everything. So Control Shift Shift. Okay, I think that should be everything. Alright. Okay, go ahead, Jaybird.
Selected. What you're going to want to do is just right click and come down to prefab. You'll see we have a whole bunch of prefab settings here. So the one that we're going to want to do is save selected as new prefab. So what that's going to do is bring up this new window, just a save window, and it's basically just going to show you the map source folder under underscore prefab. So this is your prefabs folder. I've created my own called Jaybird, but for now we're going to create a test one.
Let's see, what should we name this? I mean, we are testing, but I guess the test home. No, I guess it doesn't show there. And just so one, I guess. Alright. Open and got them all. Okay, I think I did it how he was gonna say it.
there in my new folder, and then I can open up that file. I can call this test building, and then it's going to save it. So now, if I deselect everything and if I try to select this wall, it's actually going to select the entire prefab. So now it's treating it as one entity.
Okay.
So that's basically how you would save it as a prefab. The thing is, you could also just create a separate map. Like say I started over a new map file and then I just saved it. If I saved it under the prefabs folder, then that would also be considered a prefab. So it's just a map file. So that's all it is. So now for editing the prefab, because right now I can't select a specific entity. I can't move that chair without having to I had to go into the prefab to be able to do that. So what I'm going to do is select the prefab and then just right click and go back to the prefab settings here, and I'm going to do enter prefab. So now you can see the rest of the map has kind of disappeared. Don't worry, it didn't delete or anything. I've just now opened up that map file. So now when you look at this, at the top here, I have map source, prefabs, test building. That's exactly what we saved here. So now I'm actually in that map file. And that's why there's only the things that I have selected. So the RK5's there, the chair, the walls, and the ceiling. So what I can do now is I could actually add more things in here. So say I duplicated this chair over. Remember, click M to bring up the models window here.
Hold on, you're going a little too fast for me. Just so you guys know, with me, it will be a little bit slow because I'm working with one hand because, well, 1.5 hands because my what is it, my right side? Yeah, my right side is weak, like very weak from the stroke that I had, and sometimes it's going to be a little bit slow with me. So take that as you will. And let's go ahead and get to it. Okay, so I'm in the free prad. Yeah, free prad. What do we call them?
So we'll just select the table. And it should load, although that's not.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah, what? Okay, sorry about that. Sorry about that. But yeah, that's not a fork. That's not a table holder, I think it's what it say. Yeah, those are chairs. I don't know if that has to do with Treyarch or what, but let's see. Excuse me. I had to. I mean, you're not gonna see it. So. Yeah, I guess that works. That could work. Let me mistake that. The table's fine. The chair is gonna be the problem. So. And rotate that. Okay. Okay, that's fine. How it is. But we don't have to create a what is it, brush? I don't know what it is. Whatever it is. So let's save it for now.
It's a stand for a table. So we'll add the table. We'll add the tabletop. There we go. We have the table.
Oh, he wants to add a tabletop or light lamp with a table. So let's end table, I guess. Yeah. Okay, and then let's see. Didn't I add a lamp? I thought I added a lamp. Maybe I didn't. Okay. Lamp. Lamp. Okay, do I need to add light? I think I do. Sorry, me. Okay, I'm just gonna go with what he does.
Added. And so now I'm going to save. So Control S, or you can do File, Save. But then now we want to go back to our map file to see if this change was made to the actual map. So we'll go and right click, Prefab, Leave Prefab. So now we're back in the map file, and our table is showing up as part of the prefab map. So that is actually a pretty simple way to have things organized. So I could actually start making, okay, this is building A, I can start making building B, and like, you know, you just keep doing it like that, and it's optimized. So you could also have, when you're doing group projects and whatnot, and have one person going off and creating one building, he could make it as a prefab, and then he sends you that prefab map file, and you just drag it into the map and set it to where you want it to be. So it's a pretty easy way of getting this to all work together and be organized. So this is actually something that I use quite a bit when I'm making a map. The last thing that I'm going to want to go over here is, say you don't want this to be a prefab anymore. You're done with it being a prefab for whatever reason, or maybe you wanted to move something, but you don't want it to be a prefab anymore for whatever reason. Select the prefab, right click, go to prefab, and we have stamp prefab. So that is going to stamp all the objects in this to be exactly where they are, but not be part of the prefab anymore. So I'll hit that. It'll just deselect everything for me. But now, when I try to select something, it's now not. It's its own entity. It's not part of the prefab anymore. Although, if I go to my prefabs folder, so because I have mine, it should be under prefab browser, and then we have our folder still. So it was under test. I'm gonna have to reload this because I made that folder since I launched Relearning. So I'll hit reload. So that's another tip. If you created a folder or added a prefab and it's not showing up, just hit the reload button and it'll pop it up here. So I'll hit test.
Okay, that saves me from having to like close it and then go back to the same map. So yeah, that helped me a little bit. Thank you.
And look at that. It's still got our prefab because it's saved as a map file. But this one is not a prefab because we stamped it. So it's its own separate group of entities now. So it's like I can move this wall over there, and then this is still going to move as one thing. So that's going to cover prefabs, guys. Thanks for watching, and stay tuned for more tutorials. Don't forget to subscribe. Hey guys, this is Jaybird from EGX Mods, and we're going to be doing another tutorial today, and this is going to be dealing with patches. So the first thing that we're actually going to be going over is curve patches versus terrain patches, and how we can implement those. The second thing I'm going to be going over today is primitives, which will include bevels, cylinders, square cylinders, and cones, and how we can use those to add detail to your map. And the last thing I'll go over is just some techniques that I use while dealing with patches, as well as like some of the uses.
Okay, I'm sorry I haven't been paying attention to chat. What was it? Victor IAA. I guess I'm right on. Yeah, I don't need anybody to edit my what's it called? Artwork or Twitch or anything like that. I'm good on that. I just do basic stuff anyway, so I don't need any of that. But if you want to be a follower, go ahead and follow. But besides that, no, thank you. I'm sorry, bud. I'm sorry.
Just for alright guys, let's get started. Alright guys, so we're in Radiant now, and we're back in our test map. So what we're going to do is just going to go over really quickly. So this is basically some stuff that I did with some patchwork and whatnot, so you can see some curves and whatnot going on. But I'm going to just really quickly go over how to create curve patches and terrain patches really quickly. So if you create a brush, you go to patch, curve, simple curve patch. You can select how many vertices you can select from. So I'm going to go by 3x3.
Okay. Wait. What happened? Everything else we were doing. Okay, and aren't you gonna like to show us that we can save everything? Yeah. Don't you do that? I thought he showed us in the video. I know he showed us some things in the first one, but. Yeah. So let's create a texture thing, a model, whatever. Just put this over here. Alright. Okay, trying to remember how he made a model. Was it just, oh, yeah, right. I think that's how.
And that's typically what I do with a curve patch, and that's what default is set. So it's going to convert it into a patch here, which is a 2D plane. And then what I can do is click the V to go into vertex edit mode, and you can see all the vertices are here, and typically alternate between green and pink. And you can left click drag to box select a bunch of vertices or just one vertex in particular. And then what I can do is click the V to go into vertex edit mode. You can see some of the uses for it. Alright guys, let's get started. Alright guys, so we're in Radiant now, and we're back in our test map. So what we're going to do is just going to go over really quickly. So this is basically some stuff that I did with some patchwork and whatnot, so you can see some curves and whatnot going on. But I'm going to just really quickly go over how to create curve patches and terrain patches really quickly. So if you create a brush, you go to patch, curve, simple curve patch. You can select how many vertices you can select.
What? Okay, he used brick, so I'm gonna use brick. Same, not the same one they use, but you know, it's what it is. Okay. Probably go 3x3. There we go, 3x3. It looks okay.
So this is basically some stuff that I did with some patchwork and whatnot, so you can see some curves and whatnot going on. But I'm going to just really quickly go over how to create curve patches and terrain patches really quickly. So if you create a brush, you go to patch, curve, simple curve patch. You can select how many vertices you can select from. So I'm going to go by 3x3. That's typically what I do with a curve patch, and that's what default is set. So it's going to convert it into a patch here. There's some whatnot going on. But I'm going to just really quickly go over how to create curve patches and terrain patches really quickly. So if you create a brush, you go to patch, curve, simple curve patch. You can select how many vertices you can select from. So I'm going to go by 3x3. That's typically what I do with a curve patch, and that's what default is set. So it's going to convert it into a patch here, which is a 2D plane. And then what I can do is click the V to go into vertex edit mode, and you can see all the vertices are here, and they typically alternate between green and pink. And you can left click drag to box select a bunch of vertices or just one vertex in particular, and you can hold Alt and then left click drag to move it. So you can see, even if I like just select a whole row here, I could actually go and drag that off, and then click R to rotate, and then just kind of rotate it, and I can start making almost like a road going through here. So you can kind of get like a road shape going on.
Okay, let me, I guess, try that, I guess. So, let me see. Can you repeat how do you like drag it?
And drag that off, and then click R to rotate vertices, or just one vertex in particular. And you can hold Alt, and then left click drag to move it. So you can see, even if I like just select the whole row here, I could actually go and drag that off, and then click R to rotate, and then just kind of rotate it, and I can start making almost like a road going through here. So you can kind of get like a road shape going on. Kind of play around with the vertices a bit to get it more of a curve shape, but you know. So that's a curve patch. Not too much going on there. If you want it to be less or more detailed, another shortcut you can use is holding Shift and square braces. So less square braces is going to reduce the amount of verticing.
Say that again?
Curve shape, but you know, that's a curve patch. Not too much going on there. If you want it to be less or more detailed, another shortcut you can use is holding shift and the square braces. So less square braces is going to reduce the amount of vertical.
Oh. Okay, and how do I get that, like, the line with the curve to be, I guess, straight? Like, I guess straighter would be, like, correct term, but I want to be curved. Like, is there a term for that? I don't know. See if he said something about it.
Vertices, and right square brace is going to increase the amount of vertices. So some of them here and there is pretty good, depending on what you're going for. So that's a curve
Okay, so it doesn't have to be that, so. Hey, excuse me. Sorry about that. Um, I guess there.
curve patch. So we do the same thing. Create a brush, go patch, simple terrain patch. So it's always going to do from the direction that you're looking at in the 2D view here. So you notice how it's a plane going this way. If it was at the side there, it would have created a small little plane going along the side. So you can go in here. I did a 2x2 terrain patch, but this time terrain patches don't curve. You notice how, like, if I dragged off the corner, it was kind of creating vertices to arch between the two vertices. This is more of like a direct one-to-one. So if I move a vertex, I can kind of go wherever I place it. And then what I can do is, say I wanted more vertices in between here. What I can do is, I want a row to be in between these two vertices to come over here. So I'll select these two with the box select. I'll hold Control Shift A, and then I'll pop in a what's called a loop cut right here. So we have a loop right in between the two. So I can do that on this side as well. Like I can select here and here and get one to go right down there. If I want to select a loop cut, I can hold Shift and then left click. So you can see it selected all along there. If I select it again, it's going to do this side. So it'll just alternate between the two. You can do that anywhere really. So like all along here, or one more time. So that's a neat little loop cut select trick. If I want to get rid of a loop, I can hold Control Shift and Q. So I have this selected. Control Shift Q is going to get rid of it. So I can do the same with this one, and we're back to where we began. So I could really quickly just like start adding some vertices in here, you know, start playing around with it, get another loop going, and it's like, oh well, maybe I didn't want this loop, I can get rid of that. Or then another trick is I could actually split along a loop as well. So if I have this entire loop selected, I can do Control Shift X, and that's gonna, you notice how this line just got a bit thicker? That's because if I deselect everything and then reselect one, it's now split into two separate patches now. So now, if you have two patches and you want to join them into one patch, if all the vertices along the connecting faces are identically lined up, so like these are both together, these are both together, and these are both together, you could go back out of vertex mode, select the two, and then click W, and it will join them back together. Say you wanted to connect them, but they were kind of like all over the place. The vertices are kind of like, oh, this one's over here, this one's over here, whatever. And it's like, oh, well, I want these two to join, but I don't know how to connect the two. You select one, whatever one you want it to merge towards. So I'm going to select this one because I want this one to get dragged over there. Then I'm going to select this one. Then I'm going to click V. I'm going to select this vertice and this vertice. And I'm going to hit W. And that's going to merge it to there. The same button that we did to merge the patches together. This is called welding. So I'm going to weld this vertice to this one. So I selected those two. I hit W. Now you notice there's still two separate patches because you have to get out of vertex mode by clicking V and then hit W, and we're back to one patch again. And then if you click S, you can get the surface inspector. You notice the texture is a little wonky. You can hit light map, might make it a little better. You know, play around with the settings in here. You can rotate it 90 degrees. Another trick is if you want to shift the texture around just slightly.
That's what I want. What's the service and whatever. Okay, that's really big. Hey. Oh no. It crashed. Shouldn't have known that was happening. Oh no, we lost everything. Just see, I don't know how to what reasons. Nope, didn't do anything. Open up. File? No. Well, I know I don't. I have one thing I can do. So, before I do all that, go to. Not that. And then Okay. We have that at least. At least. So, let's put that right. Okay, let's do that. Okay. Everything's back there. We just lost that one little thing. So let me save. Okay. It's saved. Everything's good. Let's actually put that in the middle. It says it's middle as I can get it. Okay, so save it now. That way I have it in case that happens again. Okay. Now we have to watch this video all over again. Because there ain't no way I'm going to remember all that.
Okay. And then what I can do is put the V to go with the second thing I'm going to be dealing with. If you create a brush, you go to patch, curve, simple curve patch, and select how.
Okay, let me just do that. Oh, wait, no, I want brick. Oh, brick. And okay, fine. Let's just use that. That's gonna freak me out a bit. Because there's like a grid on top of the grid. What? How do I get rid of that? Oh my god. No. 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 Well then, I guess we're gonna have to get used to it. Alright, this time let's oh wait, let me see if something else works. Nope, that didn't work. Okay. So, anyway. Yeah, I don't know if you can see that. You probably can't. I just noticed it, but I'm probably not in. Oh my god. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, I don't know if you can, but there's imaginary like lines. Like there's one there and then one. I hope that didn't do it. Yeah. Okay, imaginary line like one there and then one there. That's not supposed to be like that. I'd rather it be like one there and then one there with that same spacing between those two lines. But you know, it's a nitpick to me. But anyway. So anyway, let's see it right there. Did I fix it somehow? I think I fixed it somehow. Oh, it works. Yeah, I think I fixed it. Like I said, I don't know how. Go to patch. Simple turn 33. Okay. Now after pure patch. Where is it?
Vertices you can select from. So I'm going to go by 3x3. That's typically what I do with a curve patch.
Yep.
That's what default is set.
Yep.
So it's going to convert it into a patch here.
Yep.
Which is a 2D plane.
Mm-hmm.
And what I can do is put V to go into vertex.
V go to beer kicks. Oh my god. Look at that shit. Right there.
Edit mode. And you can see all the vertices are here, and they typically alternate between green and pink. And you can left click drag to box select a bunch of vertices, or just one vertex in particular. And you can hold Alt and then left click drag to move it. So you can see.
Okay. Try that. You say left click B? What?
And you can left click drag to box select a bunch of vertices, or just one vertex in particular. And you can hold Alt and then left click drag to.
Okay, Alt. There we go. Make this like a little mini star, basically. Okay, why did that one go straight? Oh, because, yeah, just do that line. So... There we go. Let's see if this works. I don't know if it works, but we'll try. Oh! Oh, it's like, ah! It's so weird. It's like a puddle. There. It's kind of cool. That's not bad. Let's see how it looks. I don't really see it in depth, but I know it's there. I don't know. Yeah. Got a little depth to it, so it's fine. Okay, let's put that on the prefab browser, what it was called. Service. Okay. Yeah, wait. I just heard that sound, so it should have saved, but it didn't save the last time I did this. Oh well. Just save it now.
Move it so you can see. Even if I like just select the whole row here, I could actually go and drag that off and then click R to rotate, and then just kind of rotate it, and I can start making almost like a road going through here. So you can kind of get like a road shape going on. Kind of play around with the vertices a bit to get a more curved shape, but so that's a curve patch. Not too much going on there. If you want it to be less or more detailed, another shortcut you can use is holding Shift and the square braces. So left square brace is going to reduce the amount of vertices, and right square brace is going to increase the amount of vertices. So some of them here is pretty good, depending on what you're going for. So that's a curve patch. So we can do the same thing. Create a brush. Go patch.
You have to tell me that again.
Direction, and another shortcut you can use is holding Shift and the square braces. So left square brace is going to reduce the amount of vertices, and right square brace is going to increase the amount of vertices. So some of them here is pretty good, depending on what you're going for. So that's a curve patch. So we can do the same thing. Create a brush. Go patch. Simple twin patch. So it's always going to do from the direction that you're looking at in the 2D view here. So you notice how it's a plane going this way. If I was at the side there, it would have a small little plane going along the side. So
Yeah, this stuff I don't care about really.
But this time, terrain patches don't curve. Notice how like if I dragged off the corner, it was kind of creating vertices to arch between the two vertices. This is more of like a direct one-to-one vertice. I can kind of go wherever I place it. And then what I can do is say I wanted more vertices in between here. What I can do is I want a row to be in between these two vertices to come over here. So I'll select these two, box select. I'll hold Control Shift A, and then I'll pop in what's called a loop cut right here. So we have a loop right in between the two. So I can do that on this side as well. Like I can select here and get one to go right down the middle. If I want to select a loop cut, I can hold Shift and then left click. So you can see it selected all along there. If I select it again, it's going to do this side. So it'll just alternate between the two. I can do that anywhere really. So like you can see it's selected all along here. Or I can click it one more time and it'll go along here and it'll go back. So that's a neat little loop cut select trick. If I want to get rid of a loop, I can hold Control Shift and Q. So I have this selected. Control Shift Q is going to get rid of it. So I can do the same with this one, and we're back to where we began. So I could really quickly just like start adding some vertices in here, start playing around with it. Get another loop going. And it's like, oh well, maybe I didn't want this loop. I can get rid of that. But then another trick is I could actually split along a loop as well. So if I have this entire loop selected, I can do Control Shift X, and that's gonna, you notice how this line just got a bit thicker? That's because if I deselect everything and then reselect one, it's now split into two separate patches now. So now if you have two patches and you want to join them into one patch, if all the vertices along the connecting faces are identically lined up, so like these are both together, these are both together, and these are both together, you could go back out of vertex mode, select the two, and then click W, and it will join them back together. Say you wanted to connect them, but they were kind of like all over the place. The vertices are kind of like, this one's over here, this one's over here, whatever. And it's like, oh, well, I want these two to join, but I don't know how to connect the two. You select one, whatever one you want it to merge towards. So I'm going to select this one because I want this one to get dragged over to there. Then I'm going to select this one. Then I'm going to click V. I'm going to select this vertice and this vertice. And I'm going to hit W. And that's going to merge it to there. The same button that we did to merge the patches together. This is called welding. So I'm going to weld this vertice to this one. So I selected those two. I hit W. Now you notice there's still two separate patches because you have to get out of vertex mode by clicking V. And then hit W, and we're back to one patch again. And then if you click S, you can get the surface inspector. You notice the texture is a little wonky. You can hit light map, might make it look a little better. Play around with the settings in here. You can rotate it 90 degrees. Another trick is if you want to shift the texture around just slightly, you can hold Alt and right click and drag, and you can kind of drag it around, which is a neat little trick. Okay, so that's our little introduction to patches. So we're going to move on to primitives. So a primitive is something like a cylinder or a square cylinder. So I actually created this little parking blocker thing. You see these in parking lots all the time. So what I actually ended up doing was I started off by creating a brush, and then this texture. make it a little better, you know, play around with the settings in here. You can rotate it 90 degrees. Another trick is if you want to shift the texture around just slightly, you can hold Alt and right click and drag, and you can kind of drag it around, which is a neat little trick. Okay, so that's our little introduction to patches. So we're going to move on to the primitives. So a primitive is something like a cylinder or square cylinder. So I actually created this little parking blocker thing. You see these in parking lots all the time. So what I actually ended up doing was I started off by creating a brush, and then the texture, clock texture, and then I'm going to go patch, primitives, cylinder.
Patch. Look at that. I did something wrong. There we go. Okay. Patch. Okay. Oh, excuse me.
Hey guys, this is Jaybird from
What?
Mods, and today
What?
I'm doing another tutorial. Allows you to open up that map file. So now if you look at this, at the top here, I have a square cylinder. So I actually created this little parking blocker thing. You see these in parking lots all the time. So what I actually ended up doing was I started off by creating a brush, and then this texture, clock texture, and then I'm gonna go patch, primitives, cylinder. So you'll notice this cylinder is actually a lot more round than the one that I just generated. What I can do is hold shift and the right square brace like we did with the curve patches, and this will act exactly like a curve patch. So if I go into vertex mode, you'll notice I got a loop here, I've got a loop here, and I got a loop here. So I can do the same loop select thing. So if I do one, it's going to do these corners here, or if I do it again, it's going to select that loop. So that's shift left click for the loop select, remember. And so I
Okay, his, I don't know what the heck called this center block thing, this thing, it looks small or bigger than mine, or mine's bigger than his, so. $16, 18. Or sorry, 16 to 8. Okay, so that doesn't really look that big. I mean, I guess that big, but I guess, I don't know.
can kind of like play around with that. You know, I can rotate and move it around. But yeah, so that's kind of how I got into getting this sort of shape going on. So if I texture it like that, the vertices, I kind of got this going. So then you're probably wondering, okay, how do you do a dome? So what I ended up doing here for the dome is I just copy and paste to the top,
Okay.
Or I copy and pasted the cylinder, and then I just kind of like, because then it can keep the dimensions here, so I'm going to go to the top view, I'm going to go to patch, primitives, cone. So obviously that doesn't look the same, so we're going to go into the vertex mode here, and I'm going to select this loop, the middle loop, and I'm going to drag it up.
Looks like a bullet. Yeah. No. Okay. What was that? What do you have to do?
Cone. So obviously that doesn't look the same, so we're going to go into the vertex mode here.
Vertex mode.
I'm going to select this loop, the middle loop, and I'm going to drag it up to that one vertice that was at the top, the converging point.
Okay, now it looks like a wonky missile. So let me just do that. Okay, how did he do that?
I kind of got this going. So then you're probably wondering, okay, how do you do a dome? So what I ended up doing here for the dome is I just copy and pasted the top, or I copy and pasted the cylinder, and then I just kind of like, because then it can keep the dimensions here, so I'm going to go to the top view, I'm going to go to patch, primitives, cone. So obviously that doesn't look the same, so we're going to go into the vertex mode here, and I'm going to select this loop, the middle loop, and I'm going to drag it up to that one vertice that was at the top, the converging point. Then I'm going to select all the points, including that center point, and bring it back down a bit. And then I'm going to increase the vertices a bit, so shift and right square right. All the points, including that center point, and bring it back down a bit. And then I'm going to increase the vertices a bit, so shift and right square brace, and there we go, we got a cap. So, say you wanted it more of a flatter cap.
Okay, he used something called caulk. I want this one that he has here. So, is that one? Metal, paint, dirty. No, that's not the one. That's not one he used. What's wrong? Huh? Here, let me just look it up. T7 underscore metal painted. I think it's this. Okay.
Could just drag this down, or maybe you wanted it to have a sharper edge to it. So why don't we try and actually do the cap tool? So we'll have this selected and do Shift C. That's going to cap both ends. I'm not going to have the bottom one visible, so I'm going to just deselect these and delete the bottom one. I'm going to have to bump up the vertices so that it's matching like this. And I could even grab this center vertex here and drag it. And maybe get a little bit around this going, but not too much. So you can see it's got like a harsh, sharp
No, I kind of like that one.
to it still. So neat little trick there. The bottom is the same idea, just some cylinders that I did, so I'm just going to cheat, copy and paste those. And I did the same idea as this cap right here. So Shift C, and delete the bottom one. And then we're going to increase the vertices. This is Shift square brace, like usual. On your middle mouse to copy that.
Okay. So let's try that. Okay, he cheated. So he says. So I'm gonna cheat. See, because of these, the no top, I can't tell. So I need that top. Oh, well, it don't matter. Come on. Oh, excuse me. No! Oh no. Not that, not touching anything. Okay. Okay. Scares me. I'm gonna save.
Texture, and voila, we got that going on. And this is the same idea, just another patch, another cylinder patch that I kind of just spread out along the ground and put a dirt texture. So that's kind of how I did that little blocker there. The bolts here, so shift C here and drag it. Maybe you wanted it to have a sharper edge to it, so why don't we try and actually do the cap tool. So we'll have this selected and do shift select these and delete the bottom one. I'm going to have to bump up the vertices so that it's matching with this. And I could even grab this center vertice here and drag it up. And maybe get a little bit of roundness going and not too much. So you can see it's got like a harsh, sharp edge with a little bit of curve to it still. It's a neat little trick there. The bottom is the same idea, just some cylinders that I did. So I'm just going to cheat, copy and paste those. And I did the same idea as this cap for here. So shift C. And then delete the bottom one, and then we're going to increase the vertices. This is shift square brace, like usual. I'm going to middle mouse to copy that texture. Bottom is the same idea, just some cylinders that I did, so I'm just going to cheat, copy and paste those. And I did the same idea as this cap for here, so shift C, and then delete the bottom one. Cheat, copy and paste those. And I did the same idea as this cap for here. So shift C, and delete the bottom one. And then we're going to increase the vertices.
How do you delete the bottom one by doing that?
This is shift square brace, like usual.
My keyboard does not want to do this. Oh. That's one.
And middle mouse to copy that texture. And
Okay. Okay, I gotta like pay attention to like what he like types in. Okay, he has curves. How do you get curves? Guess I gotta go all the way back.
I got a loop here, and I got a loop here. So I can do the same loop select thing. So if I do one, it's going to do these corners here. Or if I do it again, it's going to select that loop. So that's shift left click for the loop select, remember. And so I can kind of like play around with that. You know, I can rotate and move it around. But yeah, so that's kind of how I got into getting this sort of shape going on. So if I texture it like that, bumped up the vertices, I kind of got this one. So then you're probably wondering, okay, how do you do a dome? So what I ended up doing here with the dome is that you just copy and paste the top, or copy and paste the cylinder, and then I just kind of like, because then it can keep the dimensions here, so I'm going to go to the top view, I'm going to go to patch, primitives, cone.
Primitives.
So obviously that doesn't look the same, so we're going to go into the vertex mode here, and I'm going to select this loop, and middle loop, and I'm going to drag it up to that one vertex that was at the top, the converging point. Then I'm going to select all the points, including the center point, and bring it back down a bit. And then I'm going to increase the vertices a bit. So shift and right square brace, and there we go. We got a cap. So say you wanted it more of a flatter cap, you could just drag this down, or maybe you wanted it to have a sharper edge to it. So why don't we try and actually do the cap tool? So we'll have this selected and do Shift C. That's going to cap both ends. I'm not going to have the bottom one visible, so I'm going to just deselect these and delete the bottom one. I'm going to have to bump up the vertices so that it's matching like this. And I could even grab this center vertex here and drag it up. And maybe get a little bit around this going, but not too much. So you can see it's got like a harsh, sharp edge with a little bit of curve to it.
Okay.
So a neat little trick there. The bottom is the same idea, just some cylinders that I did, so I'm just going to cheat, copy and paste those. And I did the same idea.
Now, let's just do what he did and create. I already know that I'm probably going to forget like half of this stuff by tomorrow. Oh, I did cone hoops.
Is this cap right here. So Shift C, and delete the bottom one, and then we're going to increase the vertices. This is Shift square brace, like usual, and then middle mouse to copy that texture, and voila, we got that going on. And this is the same idea, just another patch, another cylinder patch that I kind of just spread out a bit around this going, but not too much. So you can see it's got like a harsh, sharp edge with a little bit of curve to it still. So neat little trick there. The bottom is the same idea, just some cylinders that I did, so I'm just going to cheat, copy and paste those. And I did the same idea as this cap.
pretty much know how you did that. Let's see.
And put a dirt texture. So that's good.
Oh, yeah, I think it'll look good. Okay, so man. See if we can get the right texture for the screw. Oh, that's blue. I don't want blue. Okay, and then make the other ones. Let's whatever. Then let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Save or copy. And then let's. Is there a reason that it's I think they're both off. But my mouse died. Oh my god. Remember where I put that? Plugs at. Sorry. I'm not playing on the controller right now. The plugs in the keyboard. Of course. Why didn't I think of that? Not that far. Alright. Well, I made one. Woo-hoo! Ain't too shabby, am I? Of course, I'm just following a tutorial, so yeah, that's fine. Sorry, I'm going back to really quick to OBS here. Somebody chatted saying, can I drop my Discord or Instagram username in the chat? No, for the Instagram, I do not have one, and nor do I want to make one. I mean, I have one, but I haven't used it in like 5-6 years. So do with that what you want. I don't know its new username. So for the Discord, I have a Discord, but I'm not gonna share it right now. If I was bigger, yeah, I probably would, but no, I can't. So sorry, buddy.
And voila, we got that going. And this is the same idea, just another patch, another cylinder patch that I kind of just spread out along the ground and put a dirt texture. So that's kind of how I did that little blocker there, the bolts here.
Let's see if we can do that. Oh, excuse me. Okay. 2, 3, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3. It's a big texture. Dirt textures. Some kind of dirt. Glass. I don't want that. Did he say what he uses?
This is shift, square, visual, and middle mouse to copy that texture, and voila, we got that going on. And this is the same idea, just another patch, another cylinder patch that I kind of just spread out along the ground and put a dirt texture. So that's kind of how I did that little blocker there. The bolts here are just models, really.
Oh, they're models? So I can probably, like, find them. He's me having to make them. No. Thank you. Oh, those are perfect. Those are perfect. How do I... Wait a minute. I'm gonna control Z a lot here. Drag and drop there. Yeah. That looks authentic. Yeah. Alright, yeah. Now, how do I make the dirt? Can I just do this? Alt. I'm screwing around now. I don't know what I'm doing. Alright, let me backspace that. Okay. Mama wash it. Okay. Tabs. Prefab. Not prefab. Curve. This curve. Into the column. Cylinder. Okay. So let's save that as a prefab because I don't want to lose it. Okay, got test run again. What's it called? Roadblock? No. Parking. Cylinder. I don't know how to spell cylinder. Is that right? Anybody know? What check doing? Not too good. And, CY. Up. You know, I spelled it right. Let's see. Oh, I was gonna say, where is? Oh, there it is. There. Okay. What's next?
Okay, so let's move on to the next one. So we have a wire. So the wire is actually made up of a bunch of different cylinders. So I started off with this base cylinder that I just laid out on the ground, and I like to use it as my base because it doesn't have any rotation to any of it, and it's locked onto the grid, so it's easy to work with. So I copy and pasted this, and I moved it over to the edge, lined it up, and then I went to vertex mode and I rotated the vertices slightly to get this little curve going. And if you take your time, you can kind of just step through and just make little bits of curves and attach them together, and you can get a nice looking wire going. So I'm going to really quickly just show you. So let's say I started off with just my little cylinder. I'm going to copy and paste it off.
Okay. Okay, he starts off with one, but I didn't, so I got to make one. Okay, real quick, I got to go to the bathroom, so I'll be back in about 5 minutes, probably, depending on what I can grab to eat. So, I'll be right back. Actually, there might be nothing to eat, so I might have to grab something for my mom as well. So, I'm gonna guess about 10 to 15 minutes will be about how long I'll be gone. So I'll be I'll be right back, guys, and enjoy the music. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Wrong one. There we go. Alright. I have that. Oh, right. Yeah. Wait. Did you stop sniffing my legs? What is with you cats in my legs?
I'm gonna line it up.
Okay, let's see. First I need to make the curve patch I need. Do I need that? No. Try there. What the hell? None of them? what was as simple as this for me? Rotate.